Hello to everyone joining me this morning. If you're watching for the first time, you're listening to Classroom Tips with Linda. You're welcome to my live stream. We are sharing great tips. I share classroom tips. I share tips like decoration tips in the classroom setting ideas, warm-up activities, even tutorials in the classroom. I share all those tips. And I also help parents. I help parents because most parents they have difficulties. They are facing so many problems that thank you for joining. You're welcome to my life. Thank you for joining me this morning. May I know who just joined? Just drop a comment, please. A comment will help, please. Welcome. Thank you for joining. And do not forget to give a thumb up when you're entering. I was just saying that you are watching Classroom Tips with Linda. I do share interesting tips, classroom ideas that you want to know. I also try to help parents. I try to help parents when they are in need or when they have some difficulties. I try to sensitize them. I try to give them some ideas and some advice that they will need to know. It is not easy, but we have to keep pushing. And what I have for us to share today, I have so many tips which will help you to make a good choice for your child this academic year, a good choice of school for your child. Because before you send this child to school, you, the parent, needs to know where that child is going to and make sure it is where you really want the child to belong. Lady Posh, thank you so much for joining. You are first. Thank you. Thank you, Lady Posh. Thank you for thumb up too. Thank you. I know you are always coming back at this time, Lady Posh. I know you are very tired right now, but I still appreciate you because you have been able to make out that little time to have a chat with me. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, my dear. Thank you. Today, I've been sharing great tips, and this period is back to school period. I want to share these tips on how you can, yeah, I know. Lady Posh, I know. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I want us to look at how, before we make a choice of school for our children, before we send the children to school, we need to make a good choice. We will not just sit and we hear from news that, thank you for love. Thank you so much. I appreciate Lady Posh. I appreciate a lot. Thank you so much. So we will not just sit and we say, I got an idea that there is a school over there. I will be sending my children to that school. You are not just sending them are you sending them to the bush? You have to go and make sure this school is a good place for your children. And to make sure, there are many tips I've come up with that I want to share with you. Find a good fit. What am I calling a good fit? Find what is fit for your child. You know what that child is going to learn at school. You know, if the child maybe wants to become a religious person in future, then you will know the kind of school you want to send him or her to. If your child wants to be a religious person, you will have to know that in this school, do they offer religious studies? In this school, do they pray? Because do you know There are some schools. Thank you for sharing, Lady Posh. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. While we are waiting for others to join, we will be chatting and waiting for them to come and join us. Thank you for sharing, Lady Posh. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I even didn't share myself. I didn't share myself. Join me, guys. Let me share. Let me share. Okay, thank you. I've also tried to share. I didn't share. So I've just tried to share too. Thank you so much, Lady Posh. It was off my mind. Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Let me share. I was sharing. Okay. Thank you for sharing, my dear. Let me share so others can benefit from the great tips. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you too. Thank you. Yeah, so as I was saying, I was trying to explain to us that before we send the children to school, we have to make sure this school it matches with our plans for them in the future. If maybe you're thinking to send your child to a religious school or you want your child to be a religious in future, then you will have to know to know and make sure that that school offers religious studies. You also have to make sure that that school prays, that they do pray in that school. There are many schools they don't pray in. They don't pray in many schools. Time out with family. You're welcome, sis. Thank you for joining Time Out. Thank you for joining. Time Out is saying hello to everyone. I really appreciate your coming. Thank you so much for joining. Yeah, Lady Posh, Time Out is saying hello to you. I don't know if Lady Posh is still around. She was just returning from aging happily with Hilda. You're welcome, my dear. You're welcome. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for joining Lady Posh, Time Out, Aging Happily. If you can share me, I will appreciate. I will appreciate. I have great tips this morning that I wouldn't want anybody to miss the tips. I thank you too for the thumb up. Thank you so much. Yes, Hilda, I'm seeing you. Thank you. Yeah. Aging Happily with Hilda, receive greetings from Time Out. Rose, Ehujo, Rose. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for sharing Time Out. Thank you for sharing. Rose, thank you for thumbs up. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. Thank you for always being there for me. I really appreciate. Thank you so much. I have great tips to share with you today. Oh, this time we are just on back to school. We are sensitizing parents on back to school. We are making sure that parents do not make error this time around. They don't have to make any errors. We have been making these errors all the time throughout the past years. We have been making errors. And some of us were very unfortunate that we were not sensitized before going to school. Our parents didn't have these tips to share with us. And also, for the past years, we have not also been having these tips to follow. But this year, I've tried to sensitize parents to help them on how to make a good choice for the schools this year for their children. Thank you so much. I'm in my son's daycare. Oh, Rose, well done. Say hello to them. Say hello to them. So, before making a choice for your child, a choice of school for your child, you need to know what fits that child. I call it find a good fit. For example, if you maybe want your child to become a religious in future, now the school you're sending that child to, make sure find out if they offer religious studies in that school. Find out if they offer religious studies. Find out if they pray in that school. Your child can't be religious, be aiming to be a religious person in future, and that child is attending a school where we don't pray. You have to look into those things. You want your child to become a doctor in future. Now, look at those schools that are say scientifically based, those schools that deal more with those science subjects. You have to look at those things before enrolling those children to those schools. So today we are looking at those characteristics of best schools you can choose for your child. Nabumba, welcome. Please, teacher, may I come in? You're welcome, Nabumba. She's saying hi to everyone. She's greeting everyone. Now you have to look at the best fit for your child. If you want your child to be an artist and an actor or an actress in future, you have to go to those schools that they also train people how to act. Don't just send these children to any school around you because the school is near to your home or because the school fees is very affordable for you. You have to look at those schools that at the end, they will come out with something that will help them in future. Don't just send them to school. Look at what they aim for the future before enrolling them in school. Now you also have to study your child and know how that child learns. How does your child learn best? What are the best ways you think the child learns? There are some children who learn by just seeing, by just watching. There are some children who must practice before they assimilate. So those children who can just learn by listening or by just watching, you can enroll them even in online schools. There will be no problem because they are those type who can learn just through listening. They just listen and they get it. You can enroll them in those schools offering online studies. There won't be any difficulty in that, no problem. The child will still succeed. Now, if you have a child who likes to learn by doing things, also make sure you send that child to a school that they are more based on practicals. Those schools that they do things with their hands. Or maybe the child wants to be a farmer in future, or the child wants to work more with agriculture in future. You should also know the school you're sending the child to. You can send them to agri schools. We have agri schools, schools that they start training the children right from small on agriculture, on farming. So you have to know their feet before choosing a school for them. And I've mentioned to you, if you want your child to be a religious in future, you have to look at those schools that offer the religious studies and those schools that have the religious background, the schools where they accept prayer in. There are some schools that do not accept prayer. And if you feel that your child will be a religious in future and you don't consider those things, you don't consider the religious background before enrolling that child, then I don't know if you're making the right choice for that child. Getche Ketan, you're welcome. Thank you for joining Yoga with Goga. Thank you for thumbs up. I'm not funny. I'm not funny. You know, I'm not funny. It's just that I don't know why I laugh a lot. I don't know why I always smile. I'm sorry for my voice. You know, the shouting at school is not easy. The voice, they are taking our voices away. So I am managing with the voice because since morning I've been talking in the classroom and I'm on break. I want to share great tips today. Yoga with yoga, no exercise this morning. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for forgoing your exercise and joining me for the great tips. We are on how to choose the best school for our children this year. Yes, we are choosing best schools for our children this year. And when you are choosing the best school, look for look for the schools that fit your children. Choose a focus. If the child wants to learn English as a second language, look for those schools that are offering the English language. You should have a focus. There are some, we have French speakers, we have speakers of different languages. You know, we have speakers of different languages. And since English is an international language, and most parents really love this English language, they want their children to know the English language so that they can go around the whole world. Before enrolling your child to a school, look at the English background of that school. You cannot be saying that you want the child to study English and you are sending the child to a French school. So the result will not be positive. You go to that school and make sure the level of English teaching is very high. Make sure the level of English they are teaching in that school is very high. We are choosing the schools that we think are good for our children. And if you have ideas, do not hesitate to share. Lady Posh, I understand your situation. Thank you, Lady Posh. If you have great ideas, do not hesitate to share with us too this morning. Thank you all for thumb up. Thank you all for thumb up. Now check out the scores. Check out the scores of the school. Anyways, we can not really base on the scores or the results of the school, but the scores also do help. There are some schools you check their past records, you see 100% common entrance exam, 100% GCE ordinary level, 100% GCE advanced level. Wow! Then it means that school is doing great. It is a place where if you send your child to, you will not miss success. It means your child will also come amongst the 100% issue, you know. So when you're looking at these schools, when you are searching for schools, take this into consideration. Blessings, Nabumba. Blessings from yoga. Nabumba is accepting the blessings. She accepts the blessings. So you're looking for schools that if you send your child to, that child will also come out amongst those people, those pupils who made the 100%. It means you're already sure of a pass. You don't need to bother anymore because you know that school is a school of 100%. It is a school where their name is called 100%. So look at those schools. You have to check at their past records. I don't think you will want to enroll your child in a school where their past records show 50%. The worst thing is less than 50%. You have to be very careful with those schools. You have to be careful with those schools. Nevertheless, we can't also say those schools are not teaching well. I think only God decides at the end. It is not really the truth of knowledge because sometimes there is a saying that examination is not the true test of knowledge. Do you know a child can know something and get to the examination hall and forget everything because of fear, because of pressure? They forget everything in the examination hall. So it is not like they were not well taught. They were well taught. So it's rather unfortunate that most parents would like to look at those past records to know if the students in your school have been performing well in the past years. Thank you for thumb up. They will want to know those things. So I also encourage parents to look at the school's past record. Check the school's past record to make sure you choose the right school for your child. Now make a list of features you want in that school. You are going to a school and you want some particular features that you will admire your child to study around that environment. Can we go down to kindergarten? If you know your child is at the level of kindergarten, then you have to make sure that school has a very nice playground. You know, kindergartens, they study mostly through play. Now, if they get to that school and there is no play, we are at that kindergarten level at this time, that you have to check the playground of that school because your child is a baby and these babies like playing. That school should have a garden where these children can flex, they can move around, play in the garden, and run around. Kindergartens and elementary students try to make sure their schools have these features. They should have a good and attractive playground, a very beautiful field. Now, let's go to advanced students, advanced level students, high school students. If they are learning, if your child is going in for some science subjects, your child intends to be a doctor in future, make sure that school has a good laboratory. The school should have a laboratory. Now, where will they be practicing if there is no laboratory? Because these students at the higher level, they have to do some practicals. They have to start training themselves on how they will be working in future. And so they have to always do practicals at school. Where would they do practicals if there is no lab for them? You want your child to become a cook, a chef in future, and there is no kitchen, there is no place for them to do cookery. There should be that large and big practical place for them to always practice cooking, to always do the other kitchen activities, to always do other practicals involving the kitchen or the cookery work. So you have to look at these features in a school before you enroll the child to that school. You want the child to involve in farming in future or in agriculture in future. Then send the child to an agri school, to a school where they will start training them on how to do agriculture right from the base, how to weed, how to plant, how to harvest, and how to preserve these crops when they harvest. You have to put all this in consideration before making a choice of school for your child. Don't just send them to any school because no, this school is just around me. It's just some few meters away. The child can trek to school. I will not have to spend so much on transport. So it's just around. He or she can be managing in that school. Don't be that kind of parent. Yeah, I know it's not easy. Times are hard because I know sometimes we do that because we really do not have the means to send them to the best schools we intended. But let's try the best we can, if possible. But if it comes to the worst that you can't kill yourself too. You do it at your level. As it is said, Cut your coat according to your size. Do not do what will be more than you, please. Do not do what will be more than you. Thank you for joining, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you for thumb up. Thank you for listening to my tips all time. We are looking at those tips we must consider before we make choices for schools for our children this year. Yeah. Before you join, we were checking at the scores of that school. We are looking at the list of features you want in that school. Now, before you get to that school, write down what you think you like about that school. You like about a particular school you want to enroll your child in. Make a list of it. If not, you will reach that school and even forget. Arrive there and start ticking. Nobody will send you away. Ask them questions. They should take you around the school and let you check these features. These features, if they really exist, you tick them. If you intended to send your child to a school with a very large and beautiful garden, write it on your list. Make a jot. If you're going to the market without a market list, you might forget everything you went to buy and you start buying what you didn't intend to buy on that day. It is same with making choices for school. If you're going to make a choice for your child's school, make a list of what you wish to have in that school. When you arrive at school, make sure you look at those things and tick them one after the other. But now I don't think there is a school that can really offer you everything you want for your child. Now, if at least you've gotten 3/4 of those things, it is promising. It is promising. I don't think you will have a school that can really have totally everything you want for your child. If you have just 3/4 of those things, if maybe you came up with a list of 10 features, 10 characteristics you will want from that school, you get to the school and you have 7 out of the 10. Come on, it's okay. It's okay for the child. We can manage that. We can manage that. The schools, they are not also God. They can't be perfect, but you just have to consider some few things and also know they are human. They are also pushing the same way we are pushing. That is how we should be looking at it. So I say we should look at the list, pay a visit. Now, after you have made a list, let me see who joined. Oh, course reps, thank you. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. I'm just speaking and speaking and speaking without checking my the family members who just joined me. Be informed, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you, Avelino Lino, you're welcome. Thank you for your support. Course reps, you're welcome. You're welcome, my big brother. Our biggest brother, you're welcome, course reps. You're welcome. Thank you for thumb up. Thank you for thumb up, guys. I will be here for sometimes because I'm out. No problem, course reps. Thank you for joining me. Be informed, you're welcome. She's sending greetings to Nabumba. He's also sending greetings to course reps. Thank you for sharing, course reps, bro. Host will be in the background. I'm still at kindergarten. Be informed, what are you doing at the kindergarten? Are you a teacher? Thank you, Mabumba. Thank you too. Lady Mad, you're welcome, my dear. Thank you so much. We move. Course reps, we move. Thank you so much. The biggest brother, thank you so much for joining this morning. I really appreciate you all for joining me this morning. I don't know why I was just speaking, and forgetting the lovely people who are following me. Oh, I'm sorry for that. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you so much for thumb up. Yeah. Nabumba is sending greetings to Lady Mad. I hope you're following up my tips. And if they are interesting, I would love you to make me understand that my tips are interesting. And if you also have contributions you can add to them, I will appreciate. Thank you for the support you have been giving. Thank you for the contributions too. Thank you so much. To everyone watching me this morning, thank you. Very super. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we were on pay a visit. Okay, we should pay a visit to the schools we intend to choose for the children. Don't go to that school on the first day of school and you feel that you have visited the environment. What if you arrive there and notice that these classrooms are not well kept? You will have regret. You will feel like withdrawing the child and it will be very late for you. And even if you withdraw, then you are making some loss for yourself. It is the more reason why you have to go before time. Go before time and check the schools and make sure the environment is very okay for you. The environment is okay for your child. It will be comfortable for your child if she sits in the classroom. Do you know there are some environments your child cannot learn in? Environments that you sit and you don't feel free. Some of our classrooms are always very nasty, very unkept. I'm also don't be touched, Mabumba. Don't be touched, okay? I understand you so well. You are not alone. We are many. We are many in your situation, Nabumba. You are not alone. Many parents are away from their kids. That is what we are suffering from. Your tips make me feel I should be with my children. I know. Same regret I have, my dear. Same regret I have. Coaching the kids over the phone can never be perfect, like talking to them face to face. Nabumba, you are not alone. I can assure you about 90% of us listening right now are not beside their kids. It is something we are going through that we don't have to blame God. God knows why He positions you somewhere. He knows why He makes life that way. But I'm assuring you that God is with them. Most of us have the same problem you have. So don't feel isolated. Don't feel you're alone. We are many in the same situation, including me, Nabumba, including me. Okay? So what I'll advise you to do is just keep the constant communication with them on phone. On daily basis, just take one tip and share with them because they will not also have that enough time to listen to you for 30 minutes, 15 minutes. It's too much. Just 3 minutes and you take one tip a day and share with them. Just 2 weeks before the school resumes, they will be able to capture all the tips. And now you have to also talk with the caretakers around, plead with them to do this, plead with them to go to the schools and inspect the schools. Inspect the schools for you before making a good choice. They can inspect, sometimes they go and make a video call and let you see the environment. You can make a choice together with them. Or you can tell them the characteristics of the kind of school you want for your child or for your children. Before they approach these schools, they should know that our sister needed a school with a good playground for her children. Our sister needed a school that has a fence around the school for her children. Our sister needed a school that has a dining shed for the children. If they have those tips written down and they go out to do some research, they'll come out with a good choice for you, even though you are at a distance. So do not bother much about that. Do not bother much about that. We Unlock Nation. We Unlock Nation. You're welcome. You have to be very strong, Nabumba. You have to be very, very, very strong. Very, very strong. We all have to be very, very strong. Very, very strong. If not, you will finally not succeed in what you came to do. You know why you went out to do? You are out for their future, to make their future best. So if you don't concentrate, you will not succeed. So keep focus, have faith. They are good, they are perfect. God is with them and we know. So now pay a visit to that school and ask some questions. Ask questions, ask questions. When you arrive at school, when you arrive the schools, let me say you have 3 schools in mind. When you arrive those schools, ask questions like, how many children are in the classroom? Do they offer English language in this school? How many English teachers are there? This goes to those schools that their first language is not English language, that they are offering English language as the second language. How many English teachers are here? Do we have native speakers in this school? Because the schools whose first language is not English, they always claim that they offer English language, but they take the teachers from the same environment who are not native speakers, who were not born as English speakers, and they sent to the classroom. Now, in the classroom, they face difficulties because the children do not understand their second language, which is English, and the teacher is tempted to explain or to always discuss with them in that language, in that country's language. If in the country where you are, if maybe they're speaking the English language, but you needed, if they are speaking the French language, but you needed English language for your child, when you get to that school, make sure the English teachers of that school are not from that French society. They should be from an English society. Those are the teachers we call native speakers. Teachers in the classroom who will not be able to explain anything to the children in another language apart from English language. Because we know that when you are teaching English language to the child as a second language, make sure you use only that language in the classroom. You might be understand their own language, maybe the French language, maybe the Turkish language, the Chinese language. You might be understanding, but you are not allowed to speak that language in the classroom. You can listen to what they are saying. Nello side, you're welcome. Thank you for joining. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining me. Yeah, thank you for thumbs up too. Thank you all guys for sharing. So you can be listening to what they are saying. You can understand their language. You can understand what they are asking from you. But make sure you do not respond them in their language. You respond them in that English language. So you as the parent, you are looking for a school for your child, an English school for your child. Make sure you ask questions from that school. Are there English speakers in this school? You have to know all those. Write a list of questions that you want to ask from the school. If not, you will reach the school and forget those things you intended to know about the school. Write a list of those questions and hold. Nobody will stop you. Now, when you reach the school environment, you will also meet all parents, all students of that institution, students who have passed through that institution, who have been studying in that institution. You will meet them. You can find out information from them. Those are the best people you can even have information from them, not even from the school teachers or from the school office. But now you will have to find information from the administration. You go to the administration and ask a lot of questions from the principal. Ask so many questions, many as in many questions. Ask to the list that you want to know. And if you want to add to the list of your question and answers, meet past students or old students of that institution. Meet old parents of that institution. Those parents are always loitering around that school environment. Those old parents are always loitering around that environment. Or you can meet another parent who also came to register, and that parent is an old parent of that school. Ask questions from them about the school, they will tell you. Goga, leave me. Oh. I don't know what has Goga said this time around. Goga, time out that you should leave her. I'm very good, my brother. Hope you're good. Yes, Goga. Good to hear that. Okay. I thought of you this morning, Goga. Time out. I did not know you live in Abuja. Hmm. Tell me more. Yoga, leave time out alone, please. Leave time out alone, please. Leave time out alone, please. Okay, let's continue, please. Let's continue. Let's go on, please. We were on the point of asking questions. Ask questions. Now, you will meet, I was saying that you will meet parents in that school, old parents. You will meet old students. You will meet many of them. You meet many of them that you will be able to find out great information from them. Yes, you will meet many of those people. And there are some of them who even give you information without you asking. I know those parents. There are some who give you information without you asking. Those ones are never lacking. They are always around the school environment, marching up and down the streets, up and down the school street, around the gate, and even welcoming the new parents. Those ones are always there. You will not lack them. Ask them questions. Time out. It's so funny. Yeah, they are always there. When you go, you ask them questions. Tell my sister, you've been in this school for 2 years. Can you tell me more about this school? If you need a lot, much gossip, they'll tell you. Yes, Nelos. Exactly, they are like that. There are many of them like that. Many ask many. I know them. So when you reach around the school, ask them questions. How have this school been functioning for the past years? My dear, they have given me a list. They have told me they do this and they do that. Is it true? Because some of those things are written on flyers and they are not done in those schools. You have to find out. You have to make sure all those things they've highlighted on the flyers are offered in that particular school. The true information can never come from the administrator because the administrator or the administration will always try to defend the school. The administrators will always try to tell you that their school is the best. So they will only give you the best tips. They will only try to convince you to know that they do the best. And when they capture you and you're already in, can you leave? You can't. You're already inside, no turning back. They have already hooked you. There is no turning back. It is the more reason why you have to know this before entering. Before enrolling, take your time. Go there over and over. Ask questions. Visit the school. Visit the school, the library. Visit the refectory. Visit the laboratory. Make sure these things are in place. Mommy T, the bus, the she bus. Mommy T, the she bus. You're welcome. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You're so right, Rosie. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mommy T, thank you for joining. Thank you so much. Thank you for thumb up. Yeah. Thank you so much. It is the truth. If they don't tell you, you will never know. You will never know. So we have to take our time, no rush. It's better we take our time and do the right thing than to rush and do the wrong one. Yeah, I know it's almost late for us to make the decision, but we still have time. 3 weeks is enough. It's much time we still have. We can manage to do that. Yeah, thank you. You can thumb up and share. I will appreciate. Thumb up and you share so we can join and share the lovely tips this morning. Now, talk to parents and to students. I have just said it. When you reach that school, talk more to parents, all parents of that school, and to all students of that school. And before going, make a list of questions you will want to know the answers to those questions. Do not get there and start being confused with which question to ask. Before you leave the home, what have you prepared? What have you planned to ask the school or the people you meet around the school? Make a jot. A jot. Nobody will disturb you. Nobody will refuse you from reading your questions from your paper, one after the other. I know some schools will say, Meg, you see that parent? Very dangerous. Do you know before coming here, she made a list of questions to come and ask? This kind of parents, we need to be very careful about them. When you meet us, that's what we say. Let me confess. When that kind of parent meet us, that is what we just say. We are like scared because we know we are not offering the right thing. So when they meet us, we are scared. We just start fidgeting for nothing. We are just afraid for nothing because we are guilty that we are doing the wrong thing. When you are guilty, that is how it is. When they meet you, you start complaining. These, you see, look at, these are the kinds of parents we don't even want to see in this school. If on the first day of school or if just before registering the child, she comes up with a list of questions, it means we might not cope this year. It means this year she will be here on daily basis to make sure or to ask from this question to the next question. That is what the school will start saying or the administrators will start gossiping about. But don't care. You're making the right choice for your child. You are making sure that you're sending the child to the right place. You are not picking money that you just have to dump somewhere in the name of sending the child to school. It's better sometimes the child stays at home without going to school than for you falling in the wrong hands. If you fall in the wrong hands, it's worse. It's even better that child stays at home and just listen to your little advice, and it will be better than you sending the child to fall in the wrong hands. You have to go around to make sure there is good morals in that school. Check the morals of that school. Ask the records, the past record of that school. Check the past record. Yeah. I'm learning from my future. I'm learning from my future baby that will come. So you are learning today for your future baby. Time out, you are doing great. I really appreciate that. Where your kids learn is very important. Yes, yes, Lady T. Yes, yes. Mommy T, you are very right. Where your kids learn is very, very, very important. It is so, so important. Because, because if you do not make the right choice, you will have regret at the end. Okay? So where your child is learning is very important. That is the reason we have to check the schools, ask questions, ask information about the life of that school, the past life of that school, to make sure that where you are sending that child is the right place. You are sending the child to the right place. Yes. Sit down with the principal is our next point. Sit down with the principal. Do you know some of us parents don't even know the principal of our children? We don't know our children's principal. Divine Choma, welcome dear, welcome, you're welcome. You're welcome, my dear. You're welcome. Welcome to my life. Do you know there are some parents who do not know the child's teacher, the child's principal? I'm even talking of principal. Principal, I'm even talking of principal. Principal is still very big. There are even some parents who don't know their child's teachers. There are parents who do not know the teachers who are taking care of their children. Just imagine that. So before making the choices for your school, you need to know how many teachers are in that school. You also have to ask questions like how the teachers are trained, the background of those teachers, background of the teachers. Are there trained teachers in your institution? Or do you just get teachers from the street? I've taught in many schools where the head of those schools just get anybody from the street and sent to the classroom because they don't want to pay high, because they know that if they get a teacher who has been trained, or a teacher who is well experienced, they might have to pay that teacher high. So for them to make some more profit, they prefer to pick anybody around the quarter and send to the classroom. When you just approach the school and you're able to express yourself well in English language or in the language they are teaching in that school, they will send you to the classroom as a teacher. Just because they don't want to pay. They don't want to pay much salaries. They know that trained teachers are normally supposed to be well paid. But since they don't want to spend so much money on salaries, they prefer to just get any teacher around the quarter. And the shocking issue on this is that, the shocking story is that these same schools know that the parents of that institution know the neighbors around that school. They know the neighbors around that school. And if the next day I am arriving at school and I meet my same neighbor with whom we were passing our time in the market on daily basis, and I meet that parent in the classroom as my child's teacher, I am not lying. I will never have confidence in that institution anymore. You understand? We have to look at those things. I will never have confidence in that institution. Imagine you on daily basis, you meet, it is really happening in Africa that a parent or anybody around, some of these people will say, Mami Chop, Mami Accra, Mami Koki, Mami this. Imagine you have been going to the dining shed and you're buying koki. Koki is a traditional meal. For those who know koki, okay, let me call rice, which is a common meal. Imagine on daily basis you have been going to the dining shed and buying rice from a seller. And the next day, that same food seller is in the classroom teaching you. You will never respect that seller as a teacher. You will never see that seller as your teacher. Even your parents, the parents will never love that seller. They will never accept that seller to be their child's teacher. If they notice it, they might withdraw their children from that school. So when you're going to school, ask questions about the teachers they recruit in that school. Make sure they are teachers. They are teachers, not just some street persons that have been taken to the classroom because institutions are afraid to offer a better package as salary. You understand? So we need to check those. Yoga, are you sleeping right here? You understand? So make sure you ask questions. Who are the teachers, not the background? Okay, now you also know kindergarten is a delicate place. Ask questions to make sure that those people who are handling the kindergartens in that institution are mostly grade one trainers, grade one teachers, sorry. They are mostly teachers from the grade one college. Those teachers from grade one college have been trained on how to handle kindergarten and elementary students. They are mostly trained on that. So if you send a grade one teacher to a classroom, that teacher will be able to handle kids from kindergarten even up to the highest level in a school. But I am trying to compare grade one teachers and maybe teachers from who have been trained to teach, let's say professors. You understand? Professors. It will be difficult for a professor to handle a kindergarten classroom. Maybe that professor has been hunting for a job and wasn't able to find a job and could only find a kindergarten just to pass some time. I think it is not best, it is not good to recruit a professor in a kindergarten classroom because they are mostly not trained on how to handle kids. Okay, let's continue. Sit down and talk with the principal, talk to parents around the school, the old parents and the old students. Trust your gut. Trust your gut. Trust your gut. Like there is sometimes, do you know there is sometimes you just say, my blood matches with hers. Yes. And sometimes my blood doesn't really match with her. I don't know, when I just met her, my blood doesn't really flow well with I don't know why. You say things like such and you really don't know why. You meet somebody for your first time and you really don't know why you don't like to mingle with that person. You don't like to have a contact with that person. And sometimes you meet somebody and you just fall in love with that person. You just like the person without knowing the person. It is something like that. So even you, the parent, you can get to a school, to an institution, and you just like that environment without seeing anything, without asking questions. You just like the environment. And maybe you meet some personalities around that environment and you just like them for nothing. You just see and say, wow, I really admire this teacher. You admire the teacher and you have never seen the teacher. You don't even know what the teacher can do, but your blood is just flowing immediately with that teacher's blood. You are just seeing yourself to be a friend with that teacher. So you can follow your own instincts. That's why I say follow your gut. You can follow your own instincts to choose an institution. You just get to that institution, you are like, wow, I just like the place. I don't know why, but I just like the place. You see, I just like the place. I don't know why. Same like you are searching, same like you are searching for a new house, for a new apartment, and when you get to one, you just like, I don't know, I just like the building. I just like this place. You don't even yet know the people around there. You don't know the kind of neighbors you have. You don't know your landlord even. But you are just like, I just like the place already. I love it. So you can also arrive at an institution and you just love it. You just fall in love with that institution. So you can still follow your instincts to make a great choice for your child's school. You understand me? Yeah, you can still follow your instinct to make a great choice. Yes, it will still be good. Check out a PTA meeting. Check out Parents Teachers Association. We call it PTA meeting. How do parents interact with teachers in that school? How do parents flow with the administration of that school? There are some administrators who stop parents right at the gate. They don't receive parents. Ask questions. Make sure you are not going to that kind of a school where when you get there, they will stop you at the gate or they will send a teacher to respond to you. You should look for a school where you can get to the administration at any time you want. You can enter the office at any time and lay your complaints. You should have those kind of schools. You should choose those kind of schools. There are schools that the heads are not allowed to be seen. They just send information to teachers. When they ask you, say so. When they ask you, say this. And teachers, since those teachers are afraid of losing their jobs, they are bound to say what the administration have asked them to say. They are bound to lie. Why are they lying? They are lying to maintain their job. They are lying to maintain their place. And you don't have to blame these teachers or these workers or the security. You get to a school and you can only talk to the security. They welcome you at the gate, the security welcomes you at the gate and asks you questions. What do you want? He will tell me what your problem is, and he will be there ready to solve your problem. He will not even allow you go to the office to meet the right people and face them. Because when you are facing them, when you face them, they are forced to say the truth. So when they are lying, they stay at a distance and they give instructions only to the securities or to those teachers who are at the gate. That when they come, tell them this, tell them this. It's not a good choice. Believe me, it's not a good choice. Parents of a school should have a good relationship with that school administration, a good relationship with the teachers. There are many schools who do not allow parents to discuss directly with their teachers. There are many schools. Why does it happen that way? We have to ask those questions. You need to know that there is something fidgeting. You need to know that. Don't just go and enroll because you want to enroll. Ask questions. Is the relationship with parents and teachers okay? Is the relationship with parents and administrators okay? You have to know that. You have to know that before enrolling the child. Normally, teachers are the ones who know more about these children because they are the ones taking care of the children in the classroom. They are the second parents. They are the ones who know the good and the bad about the children. Nkechi Cynthia says, you're welcome. Thanks for love. Thanks for thumb up, guys. Thanks for thumb up. Thanks for sharing too. Sorry. Yeah, as I was saying, before you enroll, make sure you are very sure with the relationship between the parent and the teachers, relationship between the parent and the administrators. You need to know this before you enroll the children. You have to, normally a parent has to have the teacher's context. So normally the parents have to have the teacher's contact. So that when you need to find some pertinent information, you should not be passing from one person to the next. Don't pass from the principal to the head teacher before meeting the classroom teacher, just to ask how your child is doing in the classroom. Just to ask how your child is doing in the classroom, you will have to pass through the principal. Then the principal will call the head teacher before the head teacher calls the class teacher to know how the child is doing in the classroom. Why not get the information from the direct source? That direct source should be the person who is always close to that child. And that direct source should be the teacher of that child. Should be the teachers to that child. Parents should be able to have this opportunity to meet the child's teachers directly and ask questions, to call them on the phone and ask questions, to even be friendly with them. Thumb up, Don. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You see? So we should know this before making a choice for the children. Find a good fit, as we said. Find a good fit for your child. Find a good fit for your child. Are you sending your child to school for the first time? Is this the first year of that child attending school? Even if it's not the first year, is it a new school? If it is a new school in a new environment, you need to know these tips before you enroll that child in that institution. Find a good fit for your child. You want your child to be a religious in future. Have you gone to that school to make sure they offer religious studies? Have you gone to that school to make sure they train these children? They are already training them on how to be religious in future. You have to go there and check. If they are not offering these courses, there will be no need for you enrolling that child in that school because it won't help the child. The earlier, the better. The earlier the child starts learning what he intends to do in the future, the better. If the child wants to be a pilot in future, Send that child to a pilot school. Send that child to a school where most of their subjects are science subjects. Send them to those institutions that we train scientists. Do you want the child to be an actor or an actress in future? Send the child to an art school, a school where they offer those art courses, a school where they'll start training them how to act. You look at those things before choosing an institution for your child. University students, high school students, we have to start early enough, because if we want to send them to school and we just send to any school around because it is close to my house, it is not far from home, I will not spend so much money on transport, things like that. You are not doing the right thing for the child. We shouldn't just look only on the transport or the distance from home. Let's look at what they are going to gain from that environment. Yeah, make sure you find their field. Their social needs, their level of interacting with their friends, with their peers. What are the kind of friends you will want your child to interact with? What are the kind of children? Who are those children you will love your children to always associate with? You go to that school and find out the moral in that institution. Are you enrolling a child in a school where every year there is dismiss? This year was they dismissed about 5 students because of some immoral acts. Are you enrolling the children in a school where the peers, the children around, the friends around her are all thieves? The children around her are children from homes that do not train the children well. You see, their social needs should be considered. Ask questions. We hear information every day. We listen to the news every day. And if you're going through a magazine or through news and you hear information like a student stabbed the other student at so and so school, you as a parent, will you really like to send your child to that school again? To you, you believe that the social background of that school is not really safe for your child. You see? So we have to look at those things. Thank you, Lady Matt. Thank you, Divine Choma. Thank you for love. Thank you for thumb up. Yeah, we need to look at those things. Are you going to where you will meet children that stab each other in a school? Students who do funny things in a school. We all know the funny things that are happening in our institutions these days. We know the kind of things that are happening in the various institutions these days amongst our kids. We know all these things. And there are some schools that these things are really rampant in those schools. Make sure you don't send your child to that kind of institution. Or before you do that, make sure you have to do some good follow-up. You have to follow up at all times. You have to follow up. Yoga, receive greetings from Lady Matt. Accept greetings from Lady Matt. Now, what about extracurricular affairs and their scheduling? What are the schedules of extracurricular affairs, activities of a particular school? You are a parent who travels a lot. You are a parent who is never around. You are a parent who is never around. You travel a lot. And there are some periods that you are not around. You have to know the school's program too. If they offer their extracurricular activities at the time that will not match with your own program, do you know in the course of the year, you see parents come to school, start disturbing like, my child will be going on vacation next week. What do you want the school to do at that time? Is it not late for you to you because you are putting some pressure in the school at that time? Yes, your child will be traveling in a week's time, but the school hasn't written their exams. What do we do? Will the school just set an exam just for that child alone because the child will be going on vacation? You have to make your program and make sure it matches with the school program. If you know your vacation will fall during the period where the school is also offering their own activities, then you have to change your program or you have to change the child's school so that it matches with your program. This is for peace. For peace to reign, just better change the child's school. Take that child to the school that their program matches with yours. Their extracurricular programs are matching. Those are some the practical matters. You see, extracurricular affairs. At what time is the school offering extracurricular affairs? If your child is a patient during winter, that child might catch cold, that child might fall sick. If you feel and if you see the school offering or scheduling their extracurricular affairs during that period that you know so well that if your child attends, he or she will face difficulties, then change that child's school. Take that child to that school where their curricular activities will match with your child's health situation. We will not accept you just enroll a child because you want to enroll. And during activity period, the notice will be coming to school like, please, when during this period, do not involve my child, do not involve because of it is late. If you can plan earlier and let the school know that that is how your child is, and you will not accept the child to participate, then the school can give you the choice to take the child elsewhere, or the school will accept to keep the child and make sure they don't enroll that child in any of those activities that will hurt the child. Yeah. Yes, welcome. Ovi Fair Hair Bundles, you're welcome. You're welcome, Ovi Fair. Peaceful Family, you're welcome. Divine Choma, greetings from Peaceful Family. Ovi Fair Bundles is also saying hi to Peaceful Family. Peaceful Family, sending greetings to Ovi Fair Bundles. Divine Choma, greetings, Peaceful Sis. Thank you all guys for joining. Thank you for thumb up. Thank you for sharing too. Yeah, Divine Choma, no problem. No problem, no problem. Ovife Hair Bundles, thank you too for listening to the tips. It's not all about sharing the tips, it's about listening to the tips and putting the tips in practice. And I'm really glad you are putting the tips in practice. I'm glad you are loving the tips. Our tips for today is on how to make a good choice. Good choice for our children's school. We have been enrolling these children in any school we want to, any school around the house, any school that is not far from us, any school that we will not spend so much transport. Sorry. Any school that we will not spend so much transport, in any school that we will just abandon, or maybe sometimes to a school where our relative is. Yes, that I have my sister in that school. It's not all about your sister in that school, but what does the school offer that will help your child in the future? We have to look at those things. We have to look at those things. What does the school offer that will help your child in future? Is it just because your sister teaches in that school? Is it just because you are a mother and you're teaching in a particular school and you want your child to be in that school? Or are you thinking of the child's future? Are you thinking of what you want the child to become in future? You want the child to be a nurse, a doctor in future, and you know so well that the laboratories in your school, in the school where you teach, are not good. And you bring your child to that school just because you are a teacher in that school, and maybe they will give you some favor of reducing the child's school fees. You are not doing any good to yourself. You can be a teacher in a particular school and send your child to another school. There is a reason for that. You are not doing so because you have so much money and I want to send my child to a big school. No, don't be afraid. Don't be scared of what people will say. You know what you want for your child in future. You see, you know what you want for that child. You want that child to be a doctor, and you know so well that there is no good lab in your school. There are no science teachers in your school, in the school where you teach. You don't have experts who can train these children to become doctors in future. And just because you are a teacher in that school, you enroll your child in that school. No, 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 no. You are a teacher in that school, yes, and maybe you are not even a science teacher, yes. You are just maybe, let's say, a geography teacher, but you want your child to be a doctor. Send the child to the school where you know they will train the child more on how to become a doctor in future, where the laboratory is best, where they have everything that they can do practicals. They should start practicing on how they will work in hospitals in future. And if you find out that your school doesn't have these features, your school doesn't have good laboratories, you cannot just accept to enroll your child in that institution just because you are a teacher in that institution. I know so well that most teachers send their children to the schools they are teaching in because they want to have a discount in fees. And again, I know not all think about discount in fees, but some also because of inconveniences of sending the child to another school and then dropping the child each morning before going to your own school. I know it is difficult, but think of the child's future first. The child is the person involved here. So let us look at those things before making a choice for the child's school. Yes, I am a teacher. I teach in a school. I know what I want for my children in future. You see, I have my reasons. I have my intentions. You have yours. I want my child to be this in future. You want your child to be that in future. If you are sending your child to the school where I am teaching, it means that you want your child to be what we are teaching in our own institution. But now it is funny that this same school where I teach, they don't offer the things, the courses that I want my children to learn, the courses that I want them to pass through, so they will become particular people in future. I am forced to enroll these children in another school, the school where they are offering those things that will be guiding these children towards their future dream. You understand me? Some parents always ask questions like, thank you so much. It's important really to assess the institution before sending children. Yes, Lady Man, very important. Do not forget to give me thumb up, guys. Thank you so much. Very, very important. And if you haven't subscribed, just click on the subscription button too and turn on the notification. Very important. Do you know some parents ask us teachers like, where does your child school? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where my child schools. You see, you don't feel that where my child is schooling means that school is the best school for everybody. No, it is the best school only for my child because I know what I want my child to be in future. You cannot be comparing your child's school with mine because you don't know what I intend for my child in future. Sorry, sorry. I want my child to be a religious in future. Okay, now I've decided to send that child to a school where they offer more of religious studies. And you are asking me where my child is. Do you want your child to be a religious in future too? I don't think. You want your child to be a doctor. Then send that child to the school where they'll train the child to be a good doctor in future. You see, you understand. So each parent has his or her own intention for her child. Do not come to a school and you feel that if this teacher is teaching here and the child is not in the same school, it means they are not teaching well. No, 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 no. Don't look it that way. Don't look it that way. We teachers, we teach in some schools, but our children are not in those schools because we have different reasons, we have different plans for our children, and these plans are very, very different from your own plans. There are parents whose children are not English speakers. For example, there are parents whose children are French speakers and they need their children to know English language. They have to look for those schools where they offer the English language more. They have to look for those schools where most of those teachers are English speakers and they are native speakers. Now, you go to that school and you meet a teacher, and that teacher has a child, and that child already knows English. That child is an English speaker. But what the teacher wants for her own child is not English language. That is the reason why the teacher has not brought her child to that school because her intention is not for the child to learn English language. Her intention is for the child to learn other things apart from English language. So who is coming to make your child learn English language, you start comparing that if your child is not in this school, it means you are not teaching well, and that's why you have decided to send your child to another school. No, it is not that way. Not that way. We have different reasons and different plans for our children. Yeah. So look at those things you want for your child, and send your child to that school. I want my child to be yoga. Can you help me with the name? Is it character or what? You want a child to involve in sporting activities in future. Send the child to a sports school. Full stop. Don't send the child to an English school because I've sent my child to English school. Don't send the child to my school, of which I want my child to become a religious in future. But you want your child to be a sporter in future, and you just send to my school because you have seen me sending the child to a particular school. No, you have to know what you want for your child in future. Yeah, be informed. Thank you for love. Thank you for love. Thank you all, guys. Thank you all for joining this morning. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's all about choosing the best school for your child. I will give a brief rundown on what I've discussed. Find a good fit for your child. Choose a focus. If the child wants to learn English as a second language, make sure you enroll that child in a school where English is common. Make a list of features you want for that school, and you go to the school, ask those questions if those things are available. Is there a refectory in your school? Is there a dining shed in your school? Is there a laboratory in your school? Ask those questions. Talk to parents or students who are old in that school. They will give you tips, they will give you info too that the office has not been able to give you. Because they are also business people, so they mustn't say the bad side of their school to you. So trust your gut. Sometimes you might just like the school for you just like. So you can also trust your instincts and you enroll your school. Know the level of communication between the parents and the school, the parents and the teachers. If it is allowed, then you can visit the office or the administration at any time you want without being stopped. I will plead to have a breakdown, but my life will keep running for people who love to chit chat, for people who love to continue with my WH, for people who like to come in and meet new friends. My life will still continue for a while. And for those who are still there, I really appreciate you. And I will have a breakdown before I return. I will be returning maybe in 30 minutes because I have a lesson right now, but I will be back. Just stay tuned.